two, three. 1, 2. Speaking like this. One, two. 55, 68. 1, 2. 1, 2. So soft. It's here. Can you hear that distortion? Can you hear it? Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, testing 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing. Can you hear me? You guys got summer rain. December and January. We must. Normally your rain season is most what? December, Summer.
Morning, how are you? Good, good. Hi, brother, you do what you need to do.
It won't disturb you.
No. Don't worry. I'm comfortable.
So if you're talking, you can still
Okay, so I still.
yeah, sure.
No, but you must sort it out. Yeah, no, we can't allow it to start. I do, yes, I do. So I decided to.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, la yeah, which one is that?
This is an ace, so it's if it may five.
Okay, as long as it's neutral, no, that's fine. Man, let's go now. Oh, you want to? No,
Oh, you plucked it.
yeah.
Should I just open the
About that. About that.
Yes, move. Smooth. Smooth, your email up or
Hi, Chair. I asked you the slab.
Oh, you can email it, man. Okay.
But
Send it to you. If they send it to you.
you're gonna mail it?
email it to you. Okay.
You can always check your laptop.
Time sitting today.
Yeah.
Until that long,
Face to face. Uwavile ngamandla akhe. Uyabona? Ukhona uba hayi ndingayimela le. On the presentation, yes, you. Yeah, yes. This report. On our presentation. Yes. Interventions. And your target was no, still a plan. For this year, we must make sure we TBNs already the process and just sort of meeting with Mr. Man so that to get feedback how far the sport. Yeah. No. On this one, it's an ongoing one, but by the end of the financial year, the first March 2025, those regulations must have been concluded. By first the meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow. If I tell you, okay, that's fine. It does not end. I don't do
Wait, today?
No, tomorrow.
We'll be there.
But it can be hybrid as well. One of the hands.
Yeah.
so many.
It means we're overachieving.
Yes. Yeah.
That's something which is relevant.
It's relevant.
Because there's more than one.
There's more than one. Yes.
Now we need to flex negative on the smartness of our indicators.
Yeah. It's how they were crafted. Unfortunately, part is that you can't change them. Yeah.
I think it was. Yes.
The information shared from the call and the reconciliations exist.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, honorable members. Welcome. I'm going to start this meeting, and I think I'm going to first start with the introduction of this meeting. Everyone who's introducing him or herself, please introduce you also in your capacity that you are present here today. I'm going to start with the honorable members, following the DG. Sorry, DG, I didn't see you. I don't want to say what I want to say, but I'll tell you during or after the meeting. But let me say it because no secret. I was wondering which young lady is sitting that side. They know that, so it's, I agree. Then I'm going to ask the DG to introduce from their side, the entourage, each and every one, and then we'll take it from there. Honorable members, my name is Joe Maglua. I am the chairperson of the Sport, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee. I'm a member of this committee. You will also hear that sometimes some of the honorable members would love to flex their muscle, introducing themselves in their political capacity. But for me, I don't see any political party. I see members of this committee representing South Africa. Let me start from my far right-hand side, down. After the DG, they will also ask the professional staff to introduce themselves, their capacity. Following that, if there's any media, PMG, please do so.
Good morning, members. Good morning, DG and your staff. My name is Matsolo Molotane. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Khaulatli, the surname is Khabo. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. And without fear, Chair, we can reaffirm that indeed we are rightful members of this committee, and as a result, you'll be seeing us from time to time. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also forward my greetings to both the political and administrative leadership of the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, the acting DG and entourage, as well as the support staff. My name is Afam Kosi, member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you. Good morning. I just want to tell you my name is for the first time I've been here. I was in other portfolios. Today I'm here. I'm Paulina Mahato from Limpopo, ANC member.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and my colleagues. Morning. I don't want to say acting DG. Maybe I must prophetically say DG. And all your entourage, all protocol observed. My name is Eugene Mtetwa. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, the returning soldier of this portfolio committee. Thanks.
The only one.
Morning, Chair, DG and the team, committee members. My name is Major Sokoko, a member of this committee. Thanks.
Good morning, colleagues, Chairperson, DG, and other members of the, if there are board members, the CEOs, and all your entourage. My name is Hazel Mandisimbele, the member of this committee, and I hope there are no media here who can capture me eating.
Honourable Chair, DG, honourable members and all in attendance, good morning. I'm Advocate Shami Masali and I'm one of the members of this portfolio. Thank you.
DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself, the honourable members, the board of the Boxing SA and my colleagues. Chairperson, I am Dr. Stella Kumalo, the acting DG, and as you are aware, we are here with the team the council members or board members of the Boxing SA. I would, through you, allow them to introduce themselves, but allow me to indicate that sitting on my right is the chairperson, Mr. Sfiso Shongwe. I'll hand over to him.
Thank you very much, DG. Morning, Chairperson. Morning, DG. Morning, honorable members. My name is Fiso Shongwe, Chairperson of Boxing South Africa. Thank you. I now invite my fellow board members to please introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. The name is Nande Meshe, board member for Boxing South Africa. Thank you.
Morning, Chairperson, DG. Good morning, everyone. Romy Titus, member of the board, Boxing South Africa.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, DG. Good morning, honorable members, the chair of the board, the members of the board. My name is Sakiwa Sodo, a member of the board of Boxing South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and DG and the team. Speaking here is Mandla Ntanganiso, currently the acting CEO at Boxing South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lutando Zibego, Communications, Boxing South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, acting DG, colleagues. My name is Busiso Tsanyane from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and the Entities Oversight. Thank you.
Let me start from you, Landy.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Lindy Ngaywa Matlasela, Researcher, Arts and Culture.
Good morning, Chairperson and members and guests. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Content Advisor for the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Chair Moreni Nonke. Kamalam Guzeleka Kula, one of the committee secretaries. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Dr. Jacob Morwe, the researcher for Sport and Recreation. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Achabulile Mtia. I'm the committee secretary.
PMG.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zingi Samase, and I'm from PMG.
Thank you so much. Is there any apologies?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. We do have an apology from both the Minister and the Deputy Minister. The Minister is attending a Cabinet Committee today, and therefore he's not going to be able to make it. And the Minister is attending a film festival in Russia. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I thought the Minister will be here. He loves boxing. Is there any other apologies from the department, from PSA?
Yes, on PSA we have 3 apologies. We have Mr. Lukolo September, who's out of the country. We have apologies from Dr. Koketso Tsebe, who's also got another engagement, and Dr. Luvuyo Payeni could not be present today. He's also asked to excuse himself. Those are 3 apologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we have in front of us an agenda, and we are only going to deal with one issue, and that is Boxing South Africa. May I ask if there is any proposer and seconder so that we can adopt the agenda as is? Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I propose the adoption of the agenda as it is, and maybe further ask if the issue of audio recordings, our audio recordings are terrible. I don't know who's doing that, if it could be sorted out, because you can't really hear much when you listen to the audio of the meetings that we had.
You're talking about the mic itself?
No, the recording is terrible. It has interference in it. There's sounds that are coming through, so you can't really listen to it.
Is Sibongile here?
Yes, Chair.
Would you assist perhaps in checking for us what if there is any problem? Oh.
Not with audio, Chair, but
Oh.
I think it's because of the conditions outside. So audio would be affected.
Oh.
The conditions outside.
Oh, thank you.
Due to the connection issues.
Thank you. Is there any seconder? Honorable, just for the record purposes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm Hazel Mbele, a member of this portfolio committee, second.
PC Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. We also have an apology from Dr. Mulder, Chair. Thank you.
Noted. Noted. Thank you. Honorable members, may I use this opportunity to again welcome each and everyone present, Boxing South Africa, professional staff, and fellow South Africans. I warmly welcome you to this important session of the Portfolio Committee Sports, Arts and Culture. Today, we turn our focus to a matter that is long overdue and is of great significance not only to the sport fraternity of boxing, but also to the integrity of our national institutions and public trust. For a number of years now, Boxing South Africa has long been a vital custodian of sport that resonates deeply, and I would like to say in most of our hearts, and with many South Africans. Historically, and in the modern years, boxing has nurtured athletes who have become symbols of perseverance and pride for the nation. However, with this responsibility comes the need for transparency in boxing, the need for accountability, and also the judicious management of public funds. As custodians of public resources, it is only our duty today as a Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture to ensure that every cent allocated to the development and regulation of Boxing South Africa as a key entity is used effectively, efficiently, and also in a manner that it aligns with the goals of transformation and upliftment of sport, in particular boxing, in our society. The purpose of today's session is to critically, honorable members, is to critically examine the financial management of Boxing South Africa over the past years. We will scrutinize the expenditure reports, assess the impact of the resources utilized, and determine whether the intended objectives have been met. Our aim is to identify both the successes and also objectives of this entity in total. We would trust today, Boxing South Africa, that this engagement will be a productive one, grounded in transparency and constructive dialogue. I want to encourage all participants, especially Boxing South Africa's representatives, to engage with us openly today. I would request them to engage honestly with us today as we work to strengthen the governance of sport in our country. I've laid the emphasis, honorable members, on the engagement openly and honestly. And I've said it for a number of reasons. Because going through the documents in front of us, Boxing South Africa is in a total mess. We should not deny that here today. It's actually not in a mess, it is in ICU. I want to go further to say actually it's not in ICU. It is on its way to the crematorium. That is how I see boxing. There are so many, speaking to people outside there, there are so many issues. When you open the newspapers, Boxing South Africa is in the newspapers for all the wrong reasons. And I would like to emphasize that, honorable members. Today, with me, I have 2 boxing gloves. Now, these 2 boxing gloves belong to a 17-year-old DG. He does not have access to any proper training facility. He have to enter someone's house to get to the backyard to be trained for boxing. Speaking to his father, his name is Dylan Norkia. My heart goes out listening to the complaints within the boxing fraternity. And it is boxing today. They have to tell us, how are we going to fix it? It is boxing today that they have to tell us whether we have to close shop. He weighs 57 kilogram. He's 7 years old. He's in a featherweight boxing career. His father had been told, you must go register a company. He did so. He came back for finance. You have to wait. There are arguments and also allegations of other boxing clubs receiving finance which is not fully compliant. We see a lot of these things within boxing, and maybe BSA, our excuse might be that we don't cater for these. But the club he belongs to, they are also professionals. There are allegations of boxers who compete against people outside their weights. There are allegations of 8 rounds being won. There are allegations of referees. There are allegations of limited promoters in South Africa. And you know what? A very important factor is that I grew up in the days where there was limited TVs. And we wake up 3 o'clock in the morning because Gerrie Coetzee is going to fight. Mike Tyson is going to fight. Kali Kutsa, the Dubellas of this world. You name them. Baby Jakes of this world. We wake up early in the morning and then we went and watched TV 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. It does not happen in boxing anymore. Any sport code, go to any community, to any school, you'll see how boxing lacks when it comes to training. Go to any community, walls, there's no boxing. So I'm going to give the DG the opportunity to lead us in this discussion. Following her discussion pertaining to what is transpired in boxing, we will ask BSA to lead us in that discussion. And BSA, rest assured that for both the department and BSA, we do have our boxing gloves on. There are always 2 sides to a coin. And we want to listen to your side today so that we can make that judgment. We can make that judgment why Boxing South Africa is in a deficit. Already, we can make that judgment whether we have to close shop or make serious decision and recommendations to Parliament pertaining to the existence of boxing. But our plea here as the Committee for Sport, Art and Culture is do what is best for this country. Do what is best for boxing, and for heaven's sake, bring boxing back into the society of South Africa, into the schools of South Africa. DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I am going to take the committee through an overview which outlines specific areas. I'm just waiting a bit, Chair, because I'm seeing that this is not projecting. So, Secretariat, whether someone can help us. It was projecting. I think it's off. Or should I go on, Chair?
I couldn't get you, Gigi.
I'm saying I'm waiting. The presentation was on the screen, but it seems to be off, or someone is assisting.
I think let's wait, let they assist us.
Okay.
Are we winning? Don't forget, I'm having gloves here, ne?
Thank you very much. Chair, perhaps as I go into the presentation outline, members would see that we are covering from the perspective of the department certain specific elements that become key in our oversight responsibility. But I want perhaps just to indicate that before I go into the structured presentation, that one of the key entities that the Minister has met with upon his assumption as an executive authority has been the business, the Boxing SA. And I was just listening to Chairperson, because after they had made a presentation to Minister, he gave a very clear directive in terms of what he needed them to come back to him and deliver on. And I've looked at their presentation, they are covering that. And maybe it presents an opportunity then, Chairperson, for the committee to engage on what they have put in place, also as directed by the Minister, which he referred to as a 10-point plan that reflects the turnaround. And you are raising almost the similar issues that Minister raised upon his meeting with the committee. But Chairperson, I want to just then quickly give the committee just an outline in terms of what is it that depicts the mandate of Boxing SA, as it were. This particular entity was established in terms of the Act as reflected there. Allow me not to read verbatim. But if you look through the Act that informs the establishment of this entity, it outlines specific functions around providing the structure for professional boxing, ensuring that there is effective and efficient administration of professional boxing in the country. So, recognize
Dr. Komalo,
amateur boxing.
Dr. Komalo, is it possible just bring it closer to address the problem that we have? Thank you.
Recognize amateur boxing and create synergy between professional and amateur boxing. Promote interaction between the associations of boxers, managers, promoters, trainers, officials, and Boxing SA. Last but not least, they are called upon to operate within the amended boxing regulations, the international boxing directives and conventions, but also the sport movement directives and conventions. That is the mandate, Chairperson. Over the years, and we are looking at the last 3 audited financial years, the entity has been able to achieve against the set performance target as per the percentages that are reflecting there. And it also reflects what they have failed to achieve in terms of percentage. The measure that is being used there is the percentage as against the total number of targets or performance indicators. For them to be able to operate and deliver, they are allocated a budget. And over the last 3 audited financial years, those figures up on the screen reflect the total budget that is allocated annually to Boxing SA, ranging around the 19 million as the figure reflects on the screen. They are not allocated any infrastructure grant. Chairperson would recall that in our presentation talking about allocations that goes to entities, we will talk about the infrastructure grant that talks to the building that is being occupied and such other facilities that fall under entities. The audit outcomes in the last financial years has, as reflected, been unqualified over the last 3 years. However, in the last financial year, they got a qualified audit outcome. What we have outlined here, Chairperson, is what informed that qualification. As according to the Auditor General of South Africa, it's the effective and appropriate steps that were not taken to collect all revenue due as required in terms of Section 51 of the PFMA. There was no sufficient appropriate audit evidence that was obtained that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 11th section of the PFMA is quoted. The investigations into irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure were as a result not performed. Financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework. Again, reference to the specific section in the PFMA is indicated. The Auditor General of South Africa was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence for general expenses and travel expenditure and to confirm expenditure by alternative means. The committee, the portfolio committee in its oversight would then take note that in the presentation to be covered by Boxing SA, they have spoken to these audit outcomes in terms of what is the audit action plan that they have put in place to address these specific audit outcomes that led to the qualified report. Chairperson, the screen reflects the members as they were introducing themselves. The council is made up of 3 females and 4 males. And you would note that in terms of racial representation, as reflected, it's 1 colored and 7 and 8 blacks. 6 blacks, sorry. My maths is showing that it's an arithmetic. Chairperson, if we then go to how in terms of oversight activities, how often council has been meeting, but also the committees that make up council, at least the key one, which is the audit committee, we reflect the number of times they have been meeting. I think in the past, the portfolio committee has wanted to know the frequency of meetings and the total number of meetings that are held, but also talking to the issues of also management, and you'll see the bottom 2 reflects the number of meetings that were held over the last 3 financial years, be it at council level or management level. Within the department, we have set up governance engagement forums that allow us to be able, so over and above direct interaction with each and every entity, through our oversight unit as per the director sitting next to me. But we also have got at certain frequencies meetings where we actually meet with entities for purposes of addressing generic and cross-cutting challenges and looking at solutions, but also to create a platform where entities are able to network and best practices are shared amongst the entities. So those are the forums that exist, Chairperson, and that's the frequency of the meetings over the last financial year that also Boxing SA has had an opportunity where applicable to participate. The next slide, Chairperson, speaks to the executive management and the acting CEO is here with us as he was introducing himself, but we also indicating in terms of the nature of their appointment and also in terms of the expiry of the contracts that actually under which they are appointed or under which they are employed. I think the chairperson would also talk to a bit more detail around the plan going forward with regard to the issues of staffing and issues of management, chairperson. This slide indicates the composition of that's the staff complement in its entirety. As you would know, Chair, it's quite a small entity in terms of size, and that's the makeup of the staff establishment within Boxing SA. Challenges, yes, indeed, Chairperson, they do exist. We have highlighted the key challenges that have been experienced with the entity, but we have also indicated how we have intervened from the side of the department. The newly appointed board that was interdicted in December 2022 from taking office, they were interdicted by an association referred to as the National Professional Boxing Association, and based on their claim that the minister failed to consult with the association in terms of Section 9, subsection 2 of the South African Boxing Act. This led to the Boxing SA not having a constituted or a duly constituted board. Intervention, in as far as that is concerned, honorable members, is that to avoid a lacuna that was being created, the minister then appointed the acting CEO as the accounting authority, and the Section 49, subsection 3 of the PFMA was followed to the letter in terms of consultation with the Minister of Finance specifically. This arrangement was in place until the current board was appointed. The process to appoint the board was restarted in April 2024, and the current board was appointed with effect from the 14th of May to the 14th of May 2024 to 13th of May 2027. So that's a 3-year period. That's the current board that you have in front of you, Chairperson. The other challenges that have been experienced is that following the appointment of this very board, the same association that was referred to in the previous slide has taken another court action challenging that the minister did not follow the correct protocol in appointing the current board and failed to consult with the association in terms of the same section. And then also it's the liquidity challenges, the inability to pay salaries and general expenses were encountered by the public entity during the fourth quarter of the 23-24 financial year. What has happened in as far as that is concerned is that in terms of the new legal challenge, this matter is still at court, Chairperson. And then regarding the second matter that is raised in this as a challenge, the department had to intervene and provide funding in terms of the short-term obligations. Maybe just to indicate, Chairperson, that in terms of that intervention, the total amount that was paid by the department is 4.2 Sorry, Chair, just want to give you the actual figure. It's 4.5 million. And this was to cover the salaries in other admin operations as the entity had run out of money and were at risk of not paying January to March salaries. That transfer was made in January 2024 to address the challenges, the liquidity challenge that we are talking about in that slide. Chairperson, we would like to stop here in terms of the overview and through you allow the entity then to do their presentation.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Ntlanganiso? Am I pronouncing it right? It was, oh, the chairperson is leading us. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think our board assumed office on the 14th of May. We accept responsibility for the financials and adverse findings through AGSA for the previous year, 2023 to 2024. We'd also like to put on the record the kind of organization we found when we took office. We inherited an organization with a deficit of minus 12 million. Of that related to a case of the former CEO, Mr. Moffat Qiti, which had been ongoing since 2014. That matter could have been settled then for about around 2 million, but this matter proceeded and was only settled in the previous financial year at now a cost of 11 million. Subsequent to that, there's an extra 4.5 million which is due to SARS on the same matter for PAYE. We've inherited that as well on this financial year. We inherited an organization that's plagued with litigation. We spend the very grant that we should be utilizing to fulfill our mandate, to grow the sport of boxing, to funnel that money down. Ultimately, there's a saying in boxing, we are in boxing because there is a boxer. Unfortunately, that money is going to court cases. That is an unfortunate situation that cannot continue unabated. The loss of our CFO in February this year really put the organization into a tailspin. Ms. Bongile Zulu had began the duties the previous year in July 2023 and now had to step into the realm of CFO when she was originally hired as a finance manager. The passing of Mr. Mamosadi made it difficult to obtain some of the information that he had due to the processes and systems not being in place for information to be available on an online system where it could be accessed by everyone. Hence, there was a knock-on effect in the preparation of the annual financial statements. We accept that, we know, as Boxing South Africa, as board members, we are the board members that are here. We accepted the nominations from the public, and we will come here to engage with the portfolio committee honestly. We will debate and we'll comply and give as much information as we can as we aim to turn around this entity, to put our plans into effect and really put boxing on an upward trajectory. That being said and put on the record, I'd like to hand over to our acting CEO to run through the presentation. I think subsequent to that, we'll then accept questions from the committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, committee members once again, and the board that is here. Firstly, I'd like to thank the committee for this particular session, so that we are able to clarify, a lot of issues that have been out there in the public, a lot of issues maybe that were left unattended during the past portfolio committee sessions, which was held in November. I will go through the presentation. I will try to summarize and attend on the main issues that are there. In terms of the legislative mandate strategic overview, I think already the DG have outlined in terms of that, so I won't be repeating what have been presented already, but I will try and focus in terms of the issues that were not dealt with. But I think for this particular slide, Chairperson, it's important to understand that Boxing South Africa is carrying a very big mandate for the country in terms of social cohesion and nation building. As you have said, Chair, that in terms of unifying the country, boxing was one of the key sporting codes that have played that role in making sure that South Africa, becomes a united country through sport, and I believe that that mandate is still there. It is important, Chair, to also note that we've got an amateur structure, which is an independent structure. However, our mandate as per the Act is saying that we must recognize that amateur structure called SANABO, South African National Boxing Organization. Chair, I also want to quickly talk about this slide, which in most cases as organizations, we just beautify our strategic documents, but not live these particular values. Our vision is to be a leading sport code and a world-class boxing authority. That's the vision of this entity. But if you look on the Auditor General's report and what transpired in the previous year, I don't think we're even close to reach that particular vision. But I can safely say that with this current board, I believe that we will be on the right track. Boxing, Chairperson, was once a number 2 sport in the country after soccer. Even rugby was following after boxing in terms of followership, in terms of viewership, in terms of producing world champions. There was an era where we had close to 9 world champions from credible world sanctioning bodies. That's the stature of Boxing SA. And I think, Chair, you've mentioned some of them. An era of Dinan Tobela, Baby Jake Matala, Welcome Mita, Brian Mitchell, representing the country worldwide. And it's history that we want to relive. Even beyond that, I believe that when it comes to talent, we have that. Without wasting more time on this, Chair, but I want to emphasize the issue of values. That professionalism should be a value that we live day to day, starting from the Board of Boxing South Africa, the executive management, the licensees, and all stakeholders that want to take boxing forward. We can't continue in this particular fashion wherein some of the things, professionalism is not there. Provision of leadership is very key. If we want to take boxing forward, accountability, Chairperson, that is why we're here today to account in terms of the 2023-2024 financial year, as well as diversity, which is also very, very key. This is the structure of the new board, which started their duties on the 14th of May. It's only 3 months and few days that this board was in office. But due to what this board have inherited, Chairperson and committee members, we are forced to meet regularly. Subcommittee members with the work that have been done. As said, Chair, we've got Mr. Sfiso Shongwe as the Chairperson, Mr. Sakiwa Soto next to me, Ms. Nande Meshe, Ms. Romy Titus, Dr. Luvuyo Bayeni, Mr. Lukolo September, Dr. Koke Tsotsebe, and the current acting CEO. We've got our acting CFO as well as acting DO. And you can see, Chair, in South Africa they say it's Hollywood style. The entire executive management is acting, of which is something that on the upcoming slides we will be able to inform the committee in terms of what have been done so far by this current board. Chairperson, once again, I want to emphasize this. A national entity having 16 officials to take care of 9 provinces, to take care of over 1,000 licensees. I believe that looking at the mandate, looking at the organogram, and looking on what we need to deliver, I believe, Chair, that there is some sort of an injection that is needed in order for us to deliver on our current mandate. In terms of the 2024 annual performance plan, we've got 3 programs: governance and administration, boxing development, and boxing promotion. In terms of governance and administration, the purpose of this is to ensure compliance in terms of corporate governance and financial management. On that one, Chair, quickly, I would say that when the board took over office, they noticed that we don't have a board secretary at BSA, which is an anomaly in terms of corporate governance, wherein the position of a board secretary was advertised, and soon that post will be filled. To make sure that there is strategic oversight, manage risks, and drive performance. Boxing Development Chair, it talks to why we've got this structure called boxing, the development and implementation of capacity development programs to ensure compliance within boxing regulations in all aspects. Boxing promotion talks to more of profiling the entity and increasing the brand value. Chair, on program 1, we've got governance and administration, which talks to board resolutions, the internal and external audit findings, the external audit outcomes for the previous financial years, which the target there is to receive an unqualified audit with no managerial findings, procurement percentage on affirmative basis, number of performance management and development of reports. As said, Chair, in program 2, which is why boxing is there has to be boxing practitioners trained. It's part and parcel of the mandate. But we don't have a training officer, or we don't have a training manager, but it's one of the key areas that we need to perform on. The licensing of practitioners, the number of women licensed, which is also one key area, Chairperson, to make sure that boxing is no longer a male-dominated sport. We've got a committee, Women in Boxing Committee, that is looking solemnly on making sure that there is women participation across the value chain, ratings, as well as the sanctioning of tournaments. Program 3, Chair, it talks to, once again, the number of awards, boxing publications, revenue generation strategies, as well as the stakeholder relations held. For this quarter, Chair, which started on the 1st of April till the end of June, out of the 100% that we needed to achieve, 80% was achieved. Noting very well, Chairperson, that the board started on the 14th of May, which was the middle of the first quarter. Hence, you see that 80% there. But we do reassure you that come the end of the second quarter, all the decisions taken in the first quarter will be resolved. Number of tournaments sanctioned. We're supposed to deliver 15 tournaments in the first quarter. We delivered 14 tournaments. The reason for that, Chair, that we couldn't reach that, due to the new decision taken by the board not to allow people who owe BSA to sanction tournaments without paying a 30% deposit. Unfortunately, some promoters, we had to cancel their tournaments because they could not meet that standard of 30%, because this new board made it very clear that when it comes to debt management issues, unfortunately, this time around, the board is clear in terms of revenue generation. Chair, the AG report, as also outlined by the DG, it talks about inadequate reviews in terms of the financial statements. Revenue, Chair, is there. It's one key finding, that insufficient controls in ensuring all revenues accounted for and collected from our debtors. Receivables from exchange transactions, general expenses, consequence management, and others. What this board have come up with is to make sure that from the Auditor General's report, we have an audit action plan and interventions. Revenue from exchange transactions, we talk about the immediate review of the current policies. General expenses and travel. Also key there is policy enhancements and development of an approval framework. On receivables, we also talk about the policy development and system implementation. Chair, that one of system implementation is very key, because Boxing SA is still most of its day-to-day operations is done manually. Currently, we talk about digitization. That's the direction that we are taking as this particular leadership of Boxing SA, to make sure that everything that we do from the operational side, finance, we do digitize our operations so that it's easier to track information. I think this is the slide that the committee members will be most interested on, in terms of that when I got appointed as acting CEO in December the 13th, I discovered the entity on a 12 million deficit, as the chairperson has alluded. And we had to go for December leave. Come January to March, we could not pay salaries. I had to write a submission to the department, and thank you to the DG and team to make sure that at least Boxing SA officials were able to be paid during those 3 months. The department assisted with about 4.5 million, which went to salaries and other debts that were critical at the time. Chairperson, the entity is engulfed with a lot of litigious issues, wherein we were in and out of courts, and these are some of the issues that are bringing us back, not by external parties, but by parties within the entity, with a total budget of 23.1 million. We've got that 20.1 million from the department, as well as other 3 million revenues from other provincial departments that are giving out that 3 million combined to make sure that there are provincial activities. Major expenditure areas, Chair, is compensation of employees, goods and services, and boxing promotion. For this, the last financial year, the BSA received an amount of about 9.9 million, of which that amount will also be added on the second quarter to the last quarter. And most of the commitments, Chair, went to the previous financial year's debts. That's the anomaly that we are operating in. Unfortunately, we had no choice but to make sure that some of the debts that were there, for instance, we were behind on traveling to pay the travel agency, and we had to make sure that we activate our contract there. Come December, Chairperson, we were behind on rental of our building that we are renting. We had to make sure that we are paying that, and quite other, contractors that were contracted on that we could not. Even the IT services within the entity were not paid. And the answer is, why were that not being done? You said, Chair, we must be honest and brutal. Hence, we are bringing this information for the committee to know. Chairperson, the challenges, main challenges that we are facing as an entity, inadequate financial resources, as said, to deliver on the mandate espoused by the Boxing Act, a misaligned organizational structure to fulfill the mandate, instability at executive management level, Chair, acting. The previous financial year, we had an acting CEO, so there has to be a stability at an executive manager level. A sporting coach, Chairperson, that does not have a sponsor. Currently, Boxing SA does not have one single sponsor, whereas it's a sporting code. That's an anomaly that this board and executive management have committed to make sure that that picture will have to change. Inconsistent broadcasting deals. There's no way that our sport can grow without proper broadcasting deals. The time of the golden era, where we call it, where we had more than 9 world champions, we knew very well that on a Sunday afternoon, after soccer, there will be boxing guaranteed. Hence, we're able to produce champions. Currently, we can't even tell our boxing champions when we meet them at the mall. But those are our pride, South African champions. But because of the lack of broadcasting deals, most of our boxing is not on TV. The litigious environment, chairperson, mainly by boxing promoters. I think that needs to be clear, that most of these litigations are brought by boxing promoters who want to control the space, whereas there is a regulator. And I must emphasize, Chair, that the previous administrations, they allowed that, because the Act gives us powers to regulate. But if you're going to open your space for those who want to control, we will be faced with these particular problems. Boxing SA not being an organizing entity, what do we mean about that, Chair, is that most of our activities are reliant on promoters, of which we are in discussions with this current board to look on a model where Boxing SA will be an organizing authority as well. Because if boxing promoters are not staging tournaments, it means that our boxers will not be active. PSL has got a clear program in the year. On the rugby side, they've got a clear schedule for the year. So this is the thinking that we are currently having to make sure that there is consistent activity within South African boxing, hence the view of an organizing entity. Negative publicity, Chair, as you say, when you open up a newspaper, there's always a negative story about Boxing SA. And it's a picture that we are confidently saying that we are changing it. Hence the appointment of the new communications officer, an entity that operated without a communications officer in a sporting environment. It's an anomaly. Hence the sport took that decision within a few weeks of coming to office, and that have been currently implemented, and the picture is changing, Chairperson. A lack of strong internal controls and systems, I think I've alluded to that in terms of digitization. The minister have, the current minister have mandated this board to come up with a 10-point plan. And this is the 10-point plan. Make boxing the most top sport among the three. We've been there. So this board is saying that that's the direction that we will be taking. The improvement of professionalism to instill excellence, restore the credibility of the entity and improve image, commercialize the sport to grow revenues. We cannot depend only on the government grant and not have, any other streams of revenue. Adhere to best international practices and good governance. Improve efficiency of the Boxing SA staffing fraternity. The adherence to Act and Regulations, Chairperson. The strengthening of stakeholder management with other government entities. Relaunch and revive the national championship belt. We used to have Allback, Ellerins, Willard, Batteries, and so many other sponsors at the time. And that Boxer, and many others. So that's the direction that we want to take, that the current championship belt, Chairperson, it doesn't have value, if I may put it like that. So this board is saying that we need a belt that will create value, wherein our boxers will fight for it, knowing that it's a prestigious championship belt. And I believe with that, Chair, we will see changes, relaunch and revive strong provincial championships and competitions. What have been done so far, Chair, since the board took over, in terms of the short term, the CEO, CFO, board secretary positions have already been advertised. We are in the recruitment process. Surely by October, those positions would have been filled. The marketing and communications officer have already assumed office on the 12th of August 2024. The strengthening of internal financial controls, the establishment of the Finance Management Committee, chaired by one of the board members, to make sure that we stabilize the financial situation or environment of the entity. Ongoing engagements with the corporate sector. On the 26th of April, Chair, we hosted a boxing symposium wherein we invited the private sector, and it was indeed a well-attended event. Those are ongoing discussions, and even after this meeting, we are meeting one of the corporates in terms of making sure that they come back. Resolve the broadcasting situation. We had ongoing engagements, Chairperson, with broadcasters, SABC and SuperSport, and I must say that we are being warmly welcomed, and I believe that the situation will change collaboration and strengthening of partnerships. We've got ongoing partnerships, Chair, that we have already started. Last week, Monday, we signed with UNAIDS, an entity, an international entity that talks to the anti-AIDS programs, because we are saying that boxing is not an isolated entity. We need to work with other partnerships to make sure that we promote social cohesion and nation building and address major issues, Chair, raised by the Auditor General. Already, we are busy with the audit action plan. We are implementing AG recommendations, continuous monitoring of staff engagements that have already started. As said, Chair, the fourth committee, which is responsible for finances, is playing a critical role there, reporting to the board. This one is very key for us, Chair, to digitize our internal controls and processes to make sure that come this time next year, we are having an unqualified, clean audit report. That is the goal that we are looking at. Chair, the summary and conclusion, hoping that the committee here will assist in some of the issues raised here, the insufficient funding to fully deliver mandate. The board and the management will ensure compliance in all regulatory frameworks. We will manage the risks related to insufficient personnel, need for enhanced marketing and communication efforts, strengthening stakeholder engagements and partnership. Boxing SA, once again, is committed to achieve its strategic objectives. The support of the Portfolio Committee is crucial to the success of Boxing SA. We appeal, Chair, not to close shop, because there are many young boys and girls out there whom are using boxing as the only source of income to put bread on their table. Instead, we are appealing for support from the committee to make sure that the entity goes back to its glory days. The advocacy for increased and consistent financial support. We are saying, Chairperson, in closing, together we can foster a thriving, inclusive, and internationally recognized boxing landscape in South Africa. Because, Chairperson, we are not lacking talent in this country. Currently, we've got 3 world champions under the difficult circumstances during this reporting period. We are having 2 IBO champions and 1 International Boxing Federation champion. So talent, Chairperson, is there. Administrative-wise, governance-wise, we need to make sure that the entity goes back to where it belongs, and the support of the committee will be highly appreciated. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sure, Mr. Longaniso. I don't know where to start or what to say. I'm actually a little bit shocked that the department is going to pump in money again. You have dealt with the APP. What you're going to do, you're going to need money here, you're going to do this. That's fine. I think, and I would argue what we as members would like to see. Maybe you must do that. You must be in possession with the documentation pertaining to your programs. You have 4 programs. Governance and administration, boxing itself, boxing promotion. Okay, 3. I really want you to take us through those programs. What was your target? What did you achieve? And what is the discrepancy, the variance? I think that is where the interrogation will then start. Because I've heard nothing of the past. And with due respect, with you being a former member, I heard nothing of the past, what happened and how it was dealt with the corruption issues. Who's in jail? Who's going to jail? Who can we help? If we want to help, we would like to help you to send someone to jail. We will walk out here as a committee, with you to the police and open a docket. And it's surprisingly so that the department have never think about of doing that. But the department is putting money in, without any repercussions or accountability. We don't see anyone anyone been act against or on? Maybe take us through these programs, because we must remember we also have the documentation when we started with the AG of reports of what is transpired. And really, yes, if we have to help. But you see, our function as a portfolio committee is to have oversight, to keep the department, the minister accountable. If there's help needed from Boxing South Africa, it should say, what kind of help do you need? Because we deal with oversight here. We ask questions on an entity, on monies that is just down the drain. Deficits of 12 million already, court cases in and out with monies allocated for development in sport. So please take us through your programs. This has been done, that has not been done, this is the court case, this is the what, this is the what. Also tell us on, I read something, or you explained something about the promotion, National Promotion Association. What are they called? Yeah, the NPBPA. Do you as BSA recognize that entity? Is it a legit entity? If yes, what is your views? If no, how do we deal with them? Because they are going to court under that umbrella, under that name, meaning they are legit. So take us through that. I'm actually inviting you. I'm jabbing you, keeping you in the ring, jabbing you until I want the members to punch. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The board members are here. They will support me. Starting with this one of the NPBA, I think is very key. Whilst I was the accounting authority chair, they took us to court. My view was that they don't have a local standing. I don't recognize that structure. As BSA, we don't recognize that structure. And that line, Chairperson, we won it in court. Even though they appealed, we're still going for that. But in my view, Section 28(1) of the Boxing SA Act is saying that all associations, for them to be recognized, they need to submit their annual reports, they need to submit their constitutions, and other relevant documentation. And this entity called the National Promoters Boxing Association dismally failed to do that. They submitted an interim constitution, and they failed to submit other documents. We then said that let's give them a chance. Recently now, in the month of July, we issued a new circular to all boxing licensees to say that if you want to be a recognized entity, submit your documentation, and the due date was the 21st of August 2024, and again, Chairperson, none of the associations submitted that. So currently, there is no recognized association, and we still stand that they don't have a local standing. And we can't be held at ransom by people that are fighting against the same entity that they are supposed to be supporting. That's the first question, Chair. On the issue of finances, Chairperson, I think for me, the AG report, which is what we were waiting for, have indeed unveiled some of the issues that were happening in the previous year. And Chairperson, if there is a need, I think through my leadership here, we need to dig deep, not leave it hanging as an overall that we were in a deficit. I think we need to zoom in and be able to come up. If there is a need for a forensic audit, then let it be. Because this entity will forever struggle, Chairperson, if these issues are not brought up and put to bed once and for all, as you're saying that Those that need to account, they must account, Chairperson. This is a public entity. These are taxpayers' monies. And of course, we can't leave that unattended, Chairperson. So without going to detail, that issue of this board now is coming to answer questions. Unfortunately, they are here, they have to answer. But 90% of what have been done, is not of their making. Chairperson, there was a time where there were in-camera meetings for finance committees. As a chief operations officer, not sitting in finance committees, you ask your question, why? Which is something that was an anomaly to saying that I'm an executive here, but when it's time to discuss finances, I am told to excuse myself. Maybe those answers must be answered by those that were there at the time.
Cool, thank you. We are getting there. Now, I'm going to ask TG a direct question to you, whether the department ever consider having a forensic audit onto PSA. If no, why not? If yes, what are the progress to date?
Thank you, Chair. I will just answer that question is to say the department, when we were informed of the challenges that existed in boxing, specifically financial challenges, one of the things we did, we had to approach the National Treasury because we couldn't just transfer monies without the approval of the National Treasury. And one of the conditions when the National Treasury approved was that the department must consider investigating in terms of what really transpired, which then brought boxing to the state it was in at that time, or December last year, to be specific. And the department has, yes, considered that, and it is something that we are investigating in terms of beginning with the investigations into that, because we are required to report back also to the National Treasury in terms of what have we done for what has happened at Boxing SA.
Chairperson, I just want to add, over and above what Mr. Tsanyana is saying, the approach of the department when faced with these challenges, and I know they date back, Chair, but I'm just talking effectively from what came to the fore at the period of the transition and the challenges that came forward. So the approach of the department was getting the governance stability in as far as governance is concerned. It was just unfortunate that at that time when that stability around governance was being pursued, then there were these legal challenges interdicting the board and all of that. But we felt that there was a need to actually bring stability there, because it was apparent, as Busiso is saying, yes, the issue of the feasibility and of the forensic together with National Treasury has been a recommendation. But we needed to create stability there, Chairperson, and make sure that the people that are being appointed into that board have a cross-cutting competency around issues of finance competence, accounting competence, etc., Chair, which we believe we have with the current board. Hence, Chair, I was saying earlier on, we needed then to give this board an opportunity to also self-evaluate as the people that are kind of acting on behalf of the shareholder, which in this case, the shareholder being the executive authority. They were then given 3 months after their appointment to then come up with a plan, which they have come up. As I said, I indicated to you that even the current minister has actually gone the same direction in terms of saying, come up with a plan. It doesn't take away, Chair, a need for the forensic investigation. And I think working with the current board, we need to then look at that, because National Treasury expects a report from us.
Thank you, DG. Members, I'm coming to you. I'm just weighing in, whether the opponents weigh in at the right weight before I'm going to give you. And I want the playing field to be leveled. So, is my understanding right that there is no forensic audit yet?
There is none, Chair.
Okay, since 2020.
Not sure. There's none since 2020. The subject here that was being looked at in terms of that was the 2022-23 financial year, because that is when we had those challenges. In December of 2023, I think we were even closed at that time when we were called by the acting CEO to say Boxing SA will not be able to pay the salaries of staff from the month of January until March. So meaning that the funds were depleted for the financial year. So then we had to make those provisions, contacting the National Treasury to request for virements of funds. And that's the year which we were looking at in terms of actually finding out as to what happened, what brought boxing to the state where it exhausted its allocated funding in December of 2023 before the end of the financial year. So meaning that the 3 months that was left, there was not going to be any payment of salaries. So that is why we made that provision of 4.5. So we are speaking about that financial year, which would be subject to that investigation.
Thank you. You see, following the reports ever since 2020, there are still some individuals out there walking free. And it sounds, if you read it, it sounds like a horror movie. Minister, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm not too sure whether I must at this point in time allow you into the boxing ring. But you are welcome to greet us. Maybe just a quick background. We are discussing boxing. We've brought our boxing gloves with us. The response and presentations will dictate where to we will take the fight, whether to the department or BSA. But members did not have the opportunity yet to say something, interrogate what has been said. But you're welcome to greet us, and then immediately I am going to give over to members to indicate. Can you indicate by hands? I don't want to go by line. Honorable Swani, Honorable Tetwa, following by Honorable Khaba. Minister, you're welcome.
I just want to greet all the honorable members, members of the Department of Sport, Art and Culture, members of Boxing SA. I am not late. There was 2 engagements. I was very happy the other engagement got cancelled. And so I said, I'm coming here to come and see the boxing fight that is sure to happen today. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Much welcome. Honorable Molotane.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, it's a very difficult day today. It's a very difficult day. I'm also concurring with you that someone must be arrested. A case must be open when you read this report. The expenditure of 2023-2024 was 43 million, compared to the expenditure of 2022-2023, which was 28 million. And the difference, acting CFO, the difference is 15 million. I still don't understand why are we having such an expenditure, or what happened along the line for the BSA to find itself having a difference of 15 million. 28 million 2022-23, 43 million 2023-2024. Secondly, Chairperson, on this report, on this analysis report, on page 13, on page 13, Chairperson, cash equivalents at BSA, 2023-2024 financial year, they were left with 12,545 at the main bank account. 2023-2024. 2022-2023, they were left with 125,770. Boxers Benevolent Fund, 2023-2024, they were left with Chairperson. I still don't understand why the amount. You have a huge difference of amount previous year, financial year, and the next financial year. I don't understand how did we have such a huge difference of amount. What happened along the line? Because as the explanation was much done, was much explained here, not much has been done regarding the tournament. Presently, there is no sponsors. You don't see a boxing on TV. We don't have any development that is happening around. So I'm just asking myself, where did this huge sum of money was spent at? On the very same report, you go to page 11. Page 11, the bad debts that was written off, it's almost 1.1 million in comparison to 5,000 of 2022-2023. Again, I still don't understand, Chairperson. I think Dr. Kumalo, really, something needs to be done. We need to have thorough investigations. If we have to go and open a case today, let it be. It can be, because this is a money that is supposed to go for development. And presently there is none in boxing. Yes, you can have that 10 point that you want to achieve this, but you cannot achieve this while we are still having this heavy load of amount of money that we cannot account. Really, and it's so bad that at the end of the day, the same board is going to request funds from you, doctor, that you must fund them for their salaries. Now I think I was going to be very ashamed to request the money for salary, whereas I failed to deliver on what I'm supposed to do. It can't be real. This is the taxpayers' money that we need to give them out, and then we need to get the results out of it. Not this what we saw in the report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mbele.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me first greet the Minister. Thank you, Minister, for being here with us. It's always an honor. Now, first of all, let me just say, let me applaud you. You know why I'm applauding you, CEO? You are very clever, man. We were really waiting for you guys, because we did our research and also we did our notes and everything. We thought maybe as the boxer, as the Boxer SA, you were going maybe to present a very good paper, and then thinking that maybe we're not going to interrogate, but we're very clever. You had to be honest and also show all the problems that are here in the boxing entity. So on that one, I shame. So, but then I will go to the TG question. Yeah, DG, I agree with you, yes. But at the same time, yes, I agree with you when you say we need to give them maybe an opportunity and all that stuff. But at the same time, if you are going to build a house, You can't build a house in a soil that doesn't have a stability. That is why you will hear that when you build your house, you must build with a certain foundation, your rough foundation, so that your foundation it's stable. Because what they do the investigation first, which goes the same thing with the Boxer SA. As much as we might give you the opportunity to can do right, but at the same time, if we don't address the root cause, there's a corruption that has happened. That is why we are having these following questions that we are giving to you. That means I agree with the chairperson and also with my colleague there that we need to have a forensic investigation. It is needed. Somebody must really account. And I think the chairperson has made it very clear that this portfolio is following the money, nothing else. And performance. Remember, money goes with performance. Because to have monies and everything, but if those monies, there's no performance as well, that means then it's not working. Now, I've got a questions, just a list of questions. You talked about the issues of the development. Yes, you specify some certain areas where you are going to be doing the boxing development. But I just want to check whether do you ever consider to make sure that you also do e-boxing development from schools? So that at the end of the day, you see, when we are talking about a sport, you have to develop your sport at a very base level. That means these days we are talking about the early childhood, even these days. We are no more talking about schools, your primaries, and no, we have got deeper into this thing because of the findings that we have recognized. And then the second question is the issue of the collection of revenue. Can you explain to us how do you collect your revenue? Some of us were new members in this portfolio. It's very important for us to know how do you get your revenues so that at the end of the day you are able to can talk about that and also make a follow-up for in case there's no performance. And then now in terms of, there are certain issues that we have identified which forms the irregular expenditures. The issues of your local travelings of the board. Yeah, I think I just hope there's a member that was there in the board before, because I think there should be an accountability as well, because as a board member, you are supposed to be identifying all these challenges. And as an honest and as a honest board member, you need to be reporting these issues. You can't be comfortable in your space. And then there's an issues of the conference that took place. Now, all those things, there are we need to understand what was this conference all about. What were the expenditures in terms of those conferences? And the local traveling, yes, there is an amount that is there. But we want to understand, how can be local travelings cost so many millions? Even 1 million for that matter, I can disagree. For the number of the board members and what were those activities? Did you really budget for them? Because that is what I believe. That is why you are having the irregularities, because there are things that we did not budget. That means our planning was very poor. So because we need to plan, budget, and request in the department that here's our budget. And you know, CEO, that your budget goes with your activities. So now we need to check all those things, that maybe the budget was not spent accordingly. It was just spent, which takes us to the issue that Minister, I think all those federations, every quarter, we need to get their reports. In terms of your quarterly performances, your performance goes with the budget, obviously. So it will give us an opportunity so that when there is any irregularities that are happening, we can pick them up at a very early age, early stage. Which goes to the issues of the deficit of 12 million. You see those deficits, they cripple the department itself. Now, it also causes us, as the department, we are not budgeting accordingly. We are not planning our budget. And actually, even the irregularities that are happening in this organization. Now, it comes back to us when the Auditor General audits. Remember, he does not only audit you, but he audits the entire department. So we want the clean audit. That is why we are emphasizing the issue of running after money. We don't want that, not in this period of this minister, to have those issues. Now, even the issues of the salaries, but it's not a question, but I'm just highlighting those things that they are going to be wrong. Let's come to the litigations. I want to check whether the Federation had budgeted for maybe unforeseen, I don't know how you call it in your English, just unforeseen circumstances. Because I'm talking about the litigations. As far as I'm concerned, there's something that you did not say, acting CEO. COO was suspended. Am I right? What you did not include it in your report, because it was supposed. We've got questions. Why? Is it COO? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Why he was suspended in the first place? What were the reasons? And then why we are asking this question? Because the suspension was uplifted. It tells you a lot. That means the suspension was not legal. Now, do you see what is happening? That means the board has invited the litigation unnecessary. And how much money was spent on that case? Because obviously you can't suspend somebody and at the same time there's nothing that you spend. Unless maybe it didn't go to court, unless it didn't go anywhere, which at the same time is an irregular. Because now you suspend a very important person who is the COO without any reason. Now the performance of the department is going to be affected, obviously. And then unlifted and then was brought back. You understand what I'm saying? So we need to find, we need that missing point. There's something that is missing there. What were the reasons of the suspensions? And then what were the reasons of uplifting that suspension? You see. Now, the issues of the and other litigation, please let us avoid litigation by all costs. Even to a mere worker, employee, please. Let us not just when somebody didn't give me coffee and then I decided tomorrow I'm going to suspend. It doesn't work like that in the real life. So let us avoid. Nobody must be suspended or maybe at all. And then the broadcasting deal, that one is not a question. But I would advise that, you see, when you recruit, you need to be clever. I know in terms of the boards and everybody and then the public as well, maybe, I don't know how they do it, you assist us. But sometimes I think maybe we need to agree, a minister, to have the target recruitment. You see, if maybe you have recruited somebody like, what's his name, who is in the sports there on television, maybe, you see, you must be clever, man. You know that that person is a board member here. Obviously, our thing is going to go public. It's going to be... So when you do your recruitment in terms of the board, you must be clever. Who do you bring on? Obviously, the skill, the experience and all that stuff is very important. It is, and the qualifications are very important. So what I wanted to ask, I think that's all, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chairperson. Order, Chairperson.
This is staying.
Against you. Arise on an order. Rule 24.
Yeah, members, I'm telling you, I'm so heartening. I just want 5 minutes with the minister. I want us to check when is lunch. I want to give you, Honorable Mtwet, I want us to check when is lunch. I'm going to give this round up until 12. Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Kosi, and then Sali, till 12. You have till 12. Now just to jab.
Chairperson, can I just have 2 minutes because I was just greeting. And I wanted to share 2 issues with the committee, with the portfolio.
Okay, Minister, you're going to have an opportunity now. So then I want to leave or have a space with the the committee itself. Just the honorable members, we will come up with a solution, because I like the CEO said he wants us to help. We can go on here for days, for days, for days. You have a celebrity there in your midst, not using her. I cannot understand that. We talk about an entity that does not work, Minister. One financial year, 2023, have a look. 230,000, 400,000. Phone calls, 600,000 for 1 year, 2020, 2024. But the entity does not work. On this clip has been shown there's a need for staff, 17 staff, am I right? Guys, you are paying 83,000 a month for 17 members. Where's that contract? If you want me to help bring it, I'll cancel it with this committee. I'll give you 17 people in one place, nicely, here in Cape Town, wherever, Pretoria. Then 10 times much lesser. We can go on, it is so terrible. So I want, the minister is going to have his bite. I'm going to give the members their bite. I want to see the members, and we will come back with a kind of a resolution. We have a lawyer in our midst as well that will assist with that resolution. We have to save this boat. This boat is busy sinking, Minister.
I think I would also ask that after this, Chairperson and honorable members, that we just speak about another scandal that broke out in basketball. But I will take the committee in my confidence, but that is after this. But I just want to come in here and talk about Boxing SA. What I've done since being appointed, we've had meet and greets with everyone. I think not everyone, but 90% of the industry players and 90% of the people in our portfolio. You know, Chairperson, honorable members, boxing is dead. I then looked at the vast amount of money that has been used in boxing in South Africa previously. And there was no action taken. I think in my office we then said we need an immediate forensic audit. They then said the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture does not have a panel that's expired. I then immediately told them to advertise a new panel, which they did. And they're busy adjudicating the new panel. And I can assure you, Boxing SA is number one to be forensically audited. You know, it's such a disgrace that boxers get paid 4,000 rands per fight. I went to watch a fight last week. It was full. And the boy that was fighting was a world title fight. When I got home, I got a call that he's got an injury in his head. And I couldn't sleep. That this child is still a young man. And the people like him that love the sport are risking their lives for 4,000 rands a fight. I can assure you that your anger is my anger. Hence, I've been asking questions like, how much do you pay boxers? What's happening? I come from a boxing family. I know that the first black man to ever win 100,000 was Peter Matebula in sport. From 100,000, look where we find ourselves today. So I needed to say that, Chairperson, that you must know that we will never leave this situation just like that. Even if it means we are at the offices every day. But people are going to be arrested. monies are going to be recovered. Whether we recover from people's current jobs and their pensions, but we're going after them totally. So as I said, the first meeting was a meet and greet. We are now going into what's really happening in Boxing SA and what has happened in Boxing SA. That there's no repercussions and there's no consequence management. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say at this point, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. With due respect, someone has misled you. Bill Cosby is behind bars, or is he out already? For 20, 30, 40, 50 years, things will go. These people are still walking around, Minister. They're walking around. If we have to do a forensic audit and do that recommendation, we'll have to go fetch them. And we've said as a committee, we will fetch the money. We will look for the money where the money is. There's no such thing that the board is not there. Here's the new board, and we have a CEO. Every time there's a case against him, he can't survive and do what is best for boxing. We must we must lay this to rest so that we can bring those to book who have robbed and steal from this department for so long. So I'm going to give the honorable members an opportunity. Till 12 o'clock, we will then adjourn and come back to this meeting. Honorable Nkosi, Mtetwa, and then Honorable Saleh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to Honorable Minister. Thank you for joining us, Minister. Chair, I think on the issue of the deficit being covered by my colleagues, but I just want to check with the issue of the Auditor General that was raised by the acting DG on her overview. She indicated that the audit opinion outcome was qualified. He raised so many issues there that was raised by the Auditor General. So I just want to check with them. I heard that there's an action plan that was created or established by the department. So probably I just want to request the department that can they send or give us as the portfolio committee that action plan so that we can look at it and monitor as to are they addressing those issues that was raised by the Auditor General. And I want to check with them as well. The Auditor General, I know for the fact that when they raise issues, they will also raise the recommendations. Have you implemented those those recommendations raised by the Auditor General, or what? Another issue that was raised under the audit outcome was the issue of the officials that led the department to the qualified opinion. Issues like irregular expenditure, wasteful and fruitless. I heard the acting DG speaking of the evidence that is not sufficient brought to them so that they can obtain the disciplinary action, especially those officials. What has the department done as to that? Because I know for the fact that if there are such things, such officials will be taken to DC, and you must make sure that the consequence management is there. I think it's some of the things that we are looking on, the consequence management. That is why our officials will do as they please. The other thing, we would like to welcome the board members, and specifically the women that are there. We are really appreciating, because they are women members that are part of the board members. We'd love to see that, and we are congratulating you, hoping that you'll work or you'll represent the women very well in that board. On the issue of the acting minister, starting from the acting DG, there's a lot of acting here. I saw the executive management, there's acting, And in the presentation, it was outlined that only the position of the CEO that is advertised, the others are ongoing. I don't know whether I captured you correctly. If not, would love to request that you please put your time frame for you to end this acting thing. This Hollywood of acting, it's a problem. That is why people will do whatever, because after that they will leave those positions and you get somebody else come with this or her things there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Thank you for joining us. I love the GNU. Oh, I love it. You know, it has created a space that gives us this authority of holding everyone accountable. Because previously we had a problem of the majoritarian rule. That sealed everything. Whether you ask a question, the question is not answered in full, they would just adopt the report as it is, and we couldn't do much. Now we can hold. We are going to say, pay back the money. You know the rest. Pay back the money. Right. Having said that, my father yesterday, before I left Johannesburg, he called me. He says, after I resolved a case on somebody's ID that was declared deceased, a child who's supposed to be doing writing matric exam. For 9 years, she has been declared dead. So I then resolved the matter, and then I told my dad, oh, by the way, that person that you told me about, I've resolved the case. He said, my son, know that when you go to Parliament, where you're going, you are the voice of the voiceless. And I wish we could all think that way, because when we are in Parliament or in our positions, we represent many people. I'm stating that because in the presentation of the department, I will go sequentially as per the presentation. The mandate, where you mentioned the mandate, DG, it talks about everything, but it doesn't state transformation, which is the key and the most important thing. Post-1994, we speak transformation. Maybe we should redefine transformation, because it has become a cliche that people just talk transformation without really digging into what is it, what is the impact, the accessibility. Now, transformation speaks to accessibility, especially to the previously disadvantaged communities. And the department says it is not funding infrastructure. So boxers must fight in the jungle. Boxers must go into the backyards, as you said, Chairperson. I don't understand why there's no infrastructure development around that, because you can't just having a boxing match in the street unless it is kickboxing in the streets. Minister, your legacy, that will be different from all others. It will be the day when somebody is held accountable, taken to court and declared delinquent. Directors, according to corporate governance, directors are severally and jointly liable. They're jointly and severally liable. You have a member here who's coming from the previous board, Mr. Soto. I don't know what was the procedure in terms of appointing board members. Unless, my understanding of corporate governance, if I sit in a board and the board is messing up things and I don't disagree, I would raise my objection. And that will though again be recaptured in my emails that says, consider that I have objected on ABC, so that it absolves me from my fiduciary duties. Now you have a member who's sitting here, and previously when the board of BSA came to report, I was part of this. I'm the returning soldier, so I have I have the legacy of what happened. They avoided questions. Okay. Key to this, why I'm saying the legacy, your legacy will be having to set an example, because this is one sector that never sees anyone going behind bars. I was listening to General Libya. There's so much that the Hawks are doing that is not reported. I was shocked to see how many people are going behind bars for 120 something years. But this department doesn't seem to have appetite for consequent management. Doesn't. It keeps on investigating, doing forensic investigation. They never come back with the reports of those or update on those forensic investigations. It's just ticking boxes that we are doing this. I will show you how many years have I been going for that forensic report, asking for the forensic report. I'll give you the information on that case. Having said that, I want to find out, one of the things that you showed in your presentation, DG, I will call her DG Minister. Pardon me, because we are tired of the Hollywood situation. We can't be having her acting since day one. It's been how many years now? I think it's years now she's been acting. It can't be. I'm sure the public service policy should be that there's nobody who can act for 2 years acting or 3 years acting. Now, in terms of, I come from EFF, it's obvious. At EFF, we are even required to put pictures as evidence of what we are doing on the ground. Now, one of the ways of qualifying whether the board has had meetings, not in paper, it is through minutes, attendance register. Even in court of law, they would request the minutes. How do you confirm that what has been reported as meetings of the board are indeed 18 meetings that have happened? Close to that is now going to BSA. BSA, I think the CEO spoke about extended meetings. I'm very worried with the extended meetings because there's a situation. Well, these extended meetings, in terms of corporate governance, you would have the annual plan of the meetings of the board, which would be quarterly, meaning that there are 4. Now you have to budget for that. Okay. Now if you have extended meetings, you end up with 20-something meetings. This is how boards, they siphon money out of the budget. They create situations where they have to sit because people are not employed, and then they see the board as an entity or as a platform to get salaries. Then they create unnecessary meetings. And I don't know how would they have meetings, so many meetings in the midst of the litigations that are happening. What is it that they are dealing with in those meetings? It would be important for us to know. As I did indicate, that directors are severally and jointly liable. Mr. Sodo, directly to you, Sodo, I would like to know what saved you from the other board members to be the only remaining member. What did you do when all these things were happening that I don't know whether you raised it with the department or who did you raise the issues with? Because it is the responsibility of a board member where he sees there is
there are maladministration issues or whatever that is not right happening, it is your responsibility to report. You know the lines of reporting, whether you report to the chairperson, and if the chairperson doesn't, you report to the department. You know. So I would like to know if you ever did that. Licenses, how many licenses that you have that are still owing DSA? And what were the grounds of you writing off the debt? Because if I remember very well, there was one promoter who was very mischievous, but constantly given rights to hold these boxing matches, regardless of him owing PSA, but he was constantly afforded the opportunity to hold against others who were not afforded. That was the complaint, which was never responded to, by the way, previously. Key roles. You spoke about key roles as the acting CEO. It's Hollywood acting. You spoke about key roles, and your role as the acting CEO ends, if I'm not mistaken, on the 31st of August. But you talking to your projection in terms of the appointment of the new, you placed it around October. Now from August till October, what will be happening? And why was this process started so late when you had 4 months into being board members and you knew that this person is acting until end of August? This is commonly our error, or rather our tendency, even with bills. We bring bills, Minister, at 11th hour. And this committee must therefore now, we're given weekends to rush, and we don't do proper job because we have to rush. Why was the board not dealing with the issue of the appointment? What has delayed that? Between August and October, what are you going to do? I think that's all from me for now, Chairperson. My gloves are not yet off. Second round I will be. As I said that today, it's not 2 questions. It can't be business as usual, Minister. We need to see, as SAA, South African Airways, had a director, a chairperson declared delinquent. May her soul rest in peace. Not in any other entity. In this department, people, they resign and go and work. We have a DG who has moved from this with all these problems that we've had. He has moved now in another department or another commission as a CEO. It can't be like that. Right? Chairperson is right to say, we can't have people walking around freely, having committed so much, and then are left free to walk scot-free in the streets of South Africa. We will follow the money, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Sali, that was an attorney. You're an advocate. I'm asking you to do what Gerrie Coetzee did. In 1 round, 1 minute. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry, Chair. I think, sorry, Chair, you had noted me after Honorable Mtetwa.
My humble apologies. That is when you very often come to the committee. Proceed.
No, Chair. It's fine. It's fine. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you for now. Let me also take this opportunity, Chair, and probably indicate that I've not been part of the meetings precisely because I was just an alternate. Only now that I'm informed that I'm a member of this committee permanently. So expect us oftenly, Chair. This is going to be very difficult for us to speak about this report, especially when it has nothing to speak about. I think that should be the point of departure and our understanding. The report that you're expecting us to interrogate, it has nothing to be interrogated. That's the first thing. But the second thing, Minister, I think we need to clarify our position as a committee. You know, previously it has been understood that when we want to play oversight, people are thinking that they are making us a favor. You know, there is a constitutional obligation of you reporting to us and us holding you accountable, Minister. So if we don't hold you accountable, we'll be unable to hold these committees, these other entities accountable. And if we're not going to be hard on them, unfortunately, we're going to be hard on you. Because from where we are sitting, we generally have a crisis in the society. And these entities are expected to assist government in resolving problems that are there. And we have always argued that part of your motto is that a child in sport is a child out of court, if I've heard you correctly. But you'll be unable to achieve that when you have a board of this nature that is not reflecting the type of society that we would want to build. Must agree with the chair, this board is just a mess. It's a mess. I want to tell you straightforward, it's a mess. And these are the reasons why we are saying it's a mess. We are unable to oversee the correct implementation of the funds of the public. You are demonstrating an unholy relations between yourselves and those that are expected to oversee or hold you accountable for the money of the society, of the public. We are not in this board chair to come and embrace people and take notes, try and create relations that do not matter. We are here to represent our people. And the reflection of society is telling you that majority of young people are giving up on government precisely because of it feels that government is not responding to their issues. And it is us as politicians, every time we are doing door-to-door, we are held accountable. But the actual implementation of developing the lives of the people resides with you. It resides with you as a board. From where I'm sitting now, I want to propose that we must relook into this board. Because you can't have an institution that is unable to manage its affairs, particularly the finances, correctly. Then you are a problem. You are a problem and you are a danger to the development of South Africa. More than 80% of your money is spent on salaries. Why are we paying those people? Who are those people? Why are we paying them? What benefit are they bringing to the department as a way of resolving the problems that we are having? I'm from Northwest, in the deep rural areas of Northwest, Minister. You can go and ask a young person in Christiana or in Taung or in Vryburg. Nobody knows of boxing. It has been treated as something that must only operate in Gauteng or KZN. Practical example. Boxing cannot be located in other areas, especially those that are located in rural areas and small villages. Thank you very much. No, it's normal, there's a way of trying to manage and still for debates here. we are going to be patient. I would want to...
the voice is powerful.
I can continue with my soft steward submission. We are going to be patient with you.
It's working this side.
How much we pay these people also so that we can subtract some money.
It's fine now, Chair. Then probably I can continue. Chair, I've indicated that my problem is that 80% of the money is being spent on salaries. And on these salaries, generally, in terms of the Auditor General's report, it's an indication that there is nothing that you are bringing on the table that will give us an edge of paying you. Let me go to issues, Chair. The report indicates that you are spending a lot on litigations. And unfortunately, you have not given a committee an indication as to how much have you spent on legal processes so far. How much on these litigations? But before I get into the financial issues, Chair, some of us were not excited by the fact that you have convened meetings and you have said, what is it that you have said and discussed there? Because it serves no purpose. You are indicating to us that you have met, you have convened your meetings and you have complied with your meeting schedule. But why is it that you are meeting and yet again on the public there's nothing tangible that we can relate with? I think I'm tempted to agree, of which is not normal. I'm tempted to agree with Honorable Mtetwa. It's rare that I will agree with the EFF, but on this one I would agree. Generally, we have not demonstrated any ability to resolve some of these issues. Chair, the report speaks of firstly, 80% that has been spent on salaries, but secondly, the department being grant reliant, meaning that the department has not been able to develop revenue enhancement strategies. Do you have one? What are the possible strategies that would look at implementing them as a way of collecting revenue? Because your report is saying that you have failed to collect it as you expected to collect it. I think you expected to to collect something like, 2 million, if not 3 million, if I've captured you correctly. The department is, according to your report, as much as you have failed to collect that revenue, you are not telling us who was responsible and what is it that you have done to that person. The issues of acting, you can't have a CEO or DG, what do you call DG? I don't want to give you a wrong impression that you are an acting DG. You're not a DG, you are an acting. And we must get our house in order. We can't have an acting for more than 2 years. It's not possible. And in this committee, I think we must also agree in terms of time frames that you have set aside in terms of finalizing the appointment of senior or top management executives. It cannot be that you've got a CFO who's, I'm not sure if you are acting or not, but when there are discussions around financial meetings, you are not part of it. How are we going to put systems in place? The Auditor General's report is saying that you don't have internal control systems in place, meaning that it's just loosely. We send money, we don't oversee how is it correctly spent. The Auditor General's report says that you have not demonstrated on how or what is it that you have spent money on, apart from your traveling. You'd say that you will allocate for a particular program, but in terms of the audit process, you are unable to present proof that you have spent the money correctly. Meaning that then if internal systems or control systems are not in place, we are not going to achieve what we want to achieve, Chair. I can see that you are expecting me to conclude, but I'm not going to do that anytime soon.
No, proceed, Honorable.
A department is sitting at a 12 million deficit. If I heard them correctly, 12 million deficit. It's a problem. You know, once a business cannot sustain its own operations, you must close it. It's a problem. That's why I'm saying that you are just a problem to us. Generally, we are a problem. And Minister, with all due respect, we need to find a way of finalizing the issue of this committee, including the top management. You can't have people acting all over. How are you going to hold them accountable? The Auditor General speaks of lack of consequence management from previous financial outer years coming down. That's what the Auditor General is saying. What is it that you have done apart from suspending people? How much have you managed to recoup? Because I think the PFMA is very clear. Subject them to investigation. If they are not, if the report is indicating that there are other steps that must be taken, we do that. But unfortunately, Minister, if this board of boxing South Africa is not willing to go to the nearest police station and open a criminal case based on evidence that is there, that has been rendered by the investigation report, then there is a problem. It means it is us. It is us that must go to the nearest police station, Minister, and report you. And if these people are, so we must tell who's the problem. Is it you the problem or the board? And if you are not the problem, you will agree that you'll have to open up a criminal case. Because it cannot be correct that there is no consequence management on and around the finances of the public. Yes, you can suspend people, but are you not recouping the money? Are you not opening up criminal cases? And this thing cannot be an issue of, being excited that investigations are there, but yet are not implemented. And I fully agree on a thorough, in-depth investigation on the affairs of this board. Because why would the Auditor General say that we have given you money, you have spent it, but you have been unable to provide proof on how you have spent that money? It's a problem. while we are still busy on issues of consequence management, I'm not sure if there is an audit committee and what is their role in the process. What is the reporting line when, because you know an audit and a risk committee assist you to avoid unwanted outcomes. In a municipality, there is what we call Section 71 reports that are submitted on a monthly basis. That reflects the financial situation or position of an entity. And through those reports, we are able to detect the problem before we get to the quarterly reports. Because through a monthly assessment, we're able to tell that our spending pattern is wrong, the manner in which we reconcile a weekly reconciliation report. That's an indication on how you put systems in place. And that's what we're not getting from you. The irregular expenditure that is growing from year to year. I think we were not told why the CFO was suspended, and I fully agree. Before I forget this part of the audit committee, I was trying to speak of what is their actual role in trying to correct the financial situation of a board. So, do you have one? When last did they say it? What is their report saying in terms of the financial situation? What is their report saying in terms of your supply chain management policies? What is it that they have recommended in terms of financially related policies that must be reviewed? That makes it difficult to implement the departmental mandate. The report indicates that there is no improvement in terms of governance. And if all of us, we cannot subject ourselves or embrace the principles of good governance, it's going to be a problem. The fact that you are running at a 12 million deficit speaks a lot about your planning and your budget preparations. Why is it that you will go back to the department and request more money for salaries? And I still don't understand why you have agreed to that or you have approved that allocation of people spending money on salaries. My understanding of budgeting process is that you are able to make an analysis of what might be the possible expenditure of a department. Now, if we are going to request more funding to pay salaries, in your own budgeting, were you not aware of what would be the financial implication in terms of allocation of salaries? It boils back to a planning unit. Chair, in a nutshell, or in closing, we are not fighting for anything else, but we are fighting for securing the future of this country, including our children. I might have not quoted Amika Cabral in verbatim, but I'm raising this because of it is us as politicians who must push you into a corner of holding you accountable. Yes, of course, there is an intention of us working together and making sure we resolve all problems. But if there is no willingness from your side, it's going to be a problem on our side. I've observed this unguided confidence that boards will always have, informed by their relationship with ministers. You see? They enjoy this overprotection from ministers. That thing is a thing of the past. We are voted into this parliament to bring in new ideas, to reflect the harsh realities on the ground, but not to accept these reports that are not speaking to the lives of our people. We are not here to tick boxes of meetings that we have said. I think you have not used the opportunity that we are having. I thought you would have taken us on board in terms of the actual work that we are doing on the ground, apart from malicious compliance that you are doing. You know, malicious compliance of submitting reports, even though the report does not hold any water in terms of engagement. And that's what you are doing as a board. And I think we need to clear our relations here. The minister accounts to us, you account to the minister. If we are going to put pressure on the minister will have to put pressure on you. But it is nothing personal. It has everything to do with accountability and playing our oversight work. And I'll also propose that, Chair, part of our oversight, we must not be subjected to these meeting arrangements. They must tell us in the country, how many sponsors, these promoters do you have per province? Where are they located? this backyard arrangement of boxing, what is our actual contribution per province? Parliament represents 9 provinces. This thing of thinking that it's only Gauteng that must be taken care of is a thing of the past. By the way, this thing of GNU is lacquer, you know, Minister. I enjoy it. It's lacquer because of the unnecessary political protection that people have been enjoying. They're no longer going to enjoy it.
Can I just come in and say, I think that morally agrees with EFF.
No, Minister. Like,
I'm not worried now.
no, Chair, I think in closing, system implementation that, before that part, post-audit action plan, what is it that the Auditor General has raised? Why are you saying that you have responded to 80%? What is that 80% that you are speaking of, that you have responded to? Because sometimes you'll say that you have responded to the issue of the Auditor General, only to find out that from a systematic point of view, you have not changed it. Because if you have not reviewed any policy that has led you to an unwanted outcome, it means that you are still going to have that outcome because of you have not reviewed the actual systematic contribution to the problem. So in summary, Chair, I'm not sure. You know, see those in the committee, so that they said we must bring our boxing gloves. And I'm ready. And this is the first round, it's a starter. And give us neta opening, Honorable Minister. In conclusion, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. If you can see, I even have my promoter's tuxedo suit on. And after your speech, I don't see any towel being thrown into the boxing ring. Honorable Sali, proceed.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Honourable Minister, good afternoon. Now, just to set record straight, attorneys give briefs and advocates will take a longer time. Thank you. No, but we don't follow all your instructions. Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to summarize things. There may be repeat on certain things, but I also like to say good afternoon to all the viewers. And unlike us, the viewers are not sitting with a lot of information before them, where they know there's a problem with Boxing South Africa, but they don't know how deep the problem is. Mr. Chair, we have witnessed a tendency of questions not being fully answered due to time constraints and for whatever other reason that arises. Hence, I would respectfully like to place on record that this portfolio forward written questions along with the verbal that has been done today in the event that our questions is not fully answered, and to ensure detailed response with evidence where so requested. Over the past 3 years, Boxing South Africa has received millions from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to provide structures for professional boxing, to regulate boxing, to create synergy between professional and open boxing, to promote relations between relevant organizations and Boxing South Africa. What has been the deliverables, accomplishments of Boxing South Africa to boxers in South Africa? How have they ensured investment of money received for the actual purpose of what the funds is intended? This brings us to a very important aspect, which is the duty of accountability imposed on all stakeholders, and this appears to be sorely lacking: accountability and transparency. We cannot ignore the serious allegations of lack of accountability, corruption, evasive actions, and lack of responses, which is placing Boxing South Africa into disrepute, and ultimately the oversight role of this portfolio. The inability of Boxing South Africa to meet targets is evident. Today, I note new members on board alongside old members of previous board, but wish to place on record that answers, new or old, will continue to be demanded, whether it's from the old board or whether it is from the current board. Legal consulting, legal fees stems into millions of rand. I'm calculating over 5 million. I note more litigation than boxing happening in Boxing South Africa, and it appears more often than not that Boxing South Africa is losing the legal matters. Millions are spent on legal matters, which brings me to a question. It is shocking how much has been spent thus far on legal fees. Can the CEO advise how many cases are currently before court where Boxing South Africa is involved and the status of these matters? And who is deciding upon the legal teams being used, and how are these choices made? Traveling expenses, looking at the AG report, I'm appalled by the amounts, which is indeed excessive. 5 to 6 people traveling locally in South Africa at a cost of 5.5 million in a year, 2022 to 2023, then 2023 to 2024, 7 people, approximately 3.9 million rand spent, and this is local travel. These traveling costs, as members of this portfolio, we have to demand a complete breakdown of exactly what costs this entails. Accommodation, flights, spending money. It is ridiculous. The purpose, destination, all expenses. I concur with the AG's findings. I cannot fathom how local travel costs can be this exorbitant and excessive with no accountability. What is the take of the board? Whether it be new or old, did you agree to the money being spent in this way? What systems are being put into place that we do not have this type of expenditure in the future? What is the amount owing to the Boxing South Africa? What action has been taken to recover bad debts and wasteful expenditure? Over the past 3 years, Boxing South Africa has received millions from the department, considering the serious concerns raised of corruption, wasteful expenditure, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. What has the DG done to intervene and ensure Boxing South Africa is held accountable? The AG report is clear, surrounding failures and serious concerns on misallocation, mismanagement of funds, what investigations has been instituted, and criminal or disciplinary proceedings were identified. Thus far, it appears there's no effective steps taken and no effort to collect the revenue and money that is actually owing. What is the plan of action of this board to ensure corrupt officials who are implicated with corruption or maladministration is taken into account without fear or favor? Now, it is evident that a forensic audit report is needed. It is evident that criminal proceedings and disciplinary proceedings is necessary. Now, to regain our glory in a history of boxing, it starts with the trust of a nation in Boxing South Africa and all entities and stakeholders involved. We're lacking transparency. We're lacking taking responsibility and accountability. And we're lacking in correcting the wrongs that has been identified and the wrongs of the past. We need to ensure safety mechanisms and oversight. We cannot speak to a request that was made. We need more money. We need more money and funding to be injected into Boxing South Africa. How do we trust you with the money of South Africa? Because ultimately it comes down to taxpayers' money, which we are accountable for. How do we trust or inject more money when money is being wasted in this fashion? So, Honourable Minister, we require timelines, deadlines on a forensic report. We need action to be taken both in the criminal proceedings, should it be identified, or disciplinary proceedings. And we need to first identify how monies be recovered even before we consider injecting more money into Boxing South Africa. I thank you.
Honourable Sali, thank you so much. There is a move to the portfolio committee on the concerns raised. I hope that the portfolio committee take note and find that in order, which I would like to see and believe that it forms part of a broader reaction from the portfolio committee, Sport, Arts and Culture. Like we have said, it's no more business as usual. Let's take this country forward. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for some time. Those who would like to have coffee, lunch, we will come back and then we will have members to respond, the minister, the department. But I would like to see members, they have organized a room for us. I would like to see you on this particular serious issue. So if the professional staff can just indicate the time frame or announce the time frame for us that we are going to have lunch or tea or coffee, the Boxing South Africa, everyone is welcome. I think at the back is coffee and tea, which will be much, much needed now. I sent a WhatsApp to my personal secretary for coffee, and I haven't received it yet. That's an hour ago. So we're going to adjourn, and we will then announce. Can you make an announcement? 15 minutes. Are you serious, Jabu? Or we will adjourn for 15 minutes, if that is fine, and we will come back. But honorable members, there's a room here, just outside, please.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Tough. It's gonna be more difficult.
Tough love.
Tough. But the mountain is black. So
Equal man. Yeah. We bonil. Yes. Hey, the flight is
Mensen moeten nog luchthaven toe gaan. Er gaan beginnen, mensen, er gaan beginnen.
It's on the program. Yeah, I think it is. I'll tell you now. No, Safa's next term. Check something here. So you need to retrieve the not to retrieve, but rewrite for statement from it. And then if you have to, then you can follow.
Round number 2. Where's the minister?
Ms. Wilson wants to say something to you.
Yes. Honorable members, Minister, thank you very much for your time. Due to time constraints, we have an item of sports on the agenda, which the Minister has reactivated. This pertaining Pansalp. We are dealing with that. Members take note, those who want to make declarations, you are welcome. And we would like to say thank you to the Minister who dealt with that issue. Because there again we had an entity that doesn't have a board, and we were concerned, but your prompt response in this regard is appreciated. I'm going to give the department 15 minutes. Some members still have to go to Parliament. I'm going to do my closing remarks now, and the resolution that has been taken by the committee. The department is welcome to give a crisp response. Furthermore, welcome to give responses in writing. But I would like to say in this final round to the Minister that you have seen the urgency and the seriousness of this nature and of this entity. And not that I want to put you on the spot, but we would like to give you 21 days. 21 days to either in person or in writing respond to this committee your plan of action after you have heard the cry of South Africans. I'm saying South Africans because we are sitting here and we are representing the nation. And as much as you have taken over this time other issues so seriously, we would like you to give 10 times more attention to this particular entity. Thank you so much, members. Those after 2 o'clock, you are welcome. Some, if you are online, to have something to eat. Those who have to go to Parliament, you're welcome to do so. The department, professional staff are welcome to have lunch, ground floor. DG, I'm going to give over to both yourself and the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps can I hear, Chairperson, whether you are allowing within that 10 or 15 minutes the board chairperson just to respond to some very specific questions
That's fine.
that were directed to them? Yeah.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think looking at the nature of the questions and leading to a lot of issues related to the previous board, I would like to give Mr. Soto the opportunity to just start us off with some of the issues that were dealt with. And I think maybe have that as a benchmark. And if there's still time, we'll come in and touch on some of the other responses that I'd noted here, if we still have time, if that is okay with everyone. Mr. Soto, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DG, Honorable Minister, and my colleagues this afternoon. Chair, I have been asked a direct question that I was part of the board. Did I do anything when these decisions were taken? I want to indicate, Chair, without any fear of contradiction, that I did a lot. The first thing I did, which should have been adequate under the circumstances, was to stand up in the meeting and oppose the decisions that were being taken by the board, which I believed that were not in line with good governance principles. But I did not end there. I spoke to the chairperson of the board, Mr. Lutando Jack, one-on-one. And I say this without fear of contradiction. And I articulated my position, which I had
articulated in various meetings. But still, Chair, I did not end there. I spoke to the previous chairperson of this portfolio committee. And when I spoke to the chairperson of the portfolio committee, I spoke to the chairperson of the board. I indicated that I am engaging now the honorable chairperson of the portfolio committee because I can see that regardless of the issues that I'm raising, they are not getting any attention. Let me, without much ado, let me get to the issues that I raised. The first one was the Moffat-Crete matter. I think we all know the Moffat-Crete matter, that Mr. Moffat-Crete was the previous CEO of the Board of Boxing South Africa. For whatever he had done, he was charged, taken to a disciplinary hearing, and in that disciplinary hearing, the presiding officer recommended that he be dismissed. Now, the board, not the erstwhile board, the board that was before this one, the board that was chaired by Dr. Ngatana, took a not Dr. Ngatana, but Miss Ndambi Ravel. That board took a decision to fire Mr. Crete. And when that board took that decision to fire Mr. Crete, it was not correct. So the point I was raising to my colleagues in the board is, regardless of how hard we want to hit at Mr. Crete, as long as there was no procedural fairness in dealing with his case, we will never win it. We went up to the Constitutional Court. These are some of the legal fees that we're talking about, the monies that Boxing South Africa paid, fighting a court case that it would never win. And in the final analysis, we never won that case. In the final analysis, we ended up settling with Mr. Crete. That was the first thing. It was not the only one, Chair. I would have gone deeper had it not been for the fact that I realized that there is no time. But I have prepared a document on this matter because I anticipated this question. And I am prepared through my chair to share these notes with the portfolio committee. Then the other issue is the promoter's deaths. And I can say again here, Chair, without fear of any contradiction, had I not been in that board, those debts would have been cleared. Those debts would have been written off. I am talking about millions. Promoters owing Boxing South Africa and the board being overzealous in its attempt to write off those debts. Remember, I was a chief director in my other life in the Department of Sport in the Eastern Cape. So I know the good governance processes. If there is a promoter who duly believes that what he owes is not supposed to be owing, it does not need a promoters association. It needs that particular promoter to make a submission and state reasons why he believes that the money he owes is not duly owed by him. And processes would start from there. It is not.
Chair. Order, Chair. For the sake of time, and my apologies to the board member, I'm sure the board member just said he have a report because he anticipated this. If Chair, you will allow, probably later he can submit that written report to you, to the committee, and we can. It will probably assist. But for this session,
agree.
It's not assisting us.
Okay, Mr.
The information it's needed for our own intake for later. But for this, I just thought that between the chair, the minister, and the acting DG, they will just give us a summary on how they're going to do it.
Yeah, but remember, Honorable Sekopa, I raised the issue of the Audi Altrum Patrum rule. I wanted at least to get off something. The rest can be forwarded to us in writing in terms of your role and what is transpired in order to have a better understanding. Because I must tell you, Mr. Soda, that this meeting today has attracted a lot of attention countrywide. As we are speaking today, I have been informed that it has been screened and it received high attention from the broader community out there. So for the record purposes, it's also right, and I want to offer you that opportunity to state your case also in writing so that we have it. You know, that is very important. But you can round up.
If I can end on this one, Chair. The sanctioning committee decisions that were appealed. I was the chairperson of the sanctioning committee. And 3 times in the entire duration of 3 years, there were only 3 decisions that were appealed to the board, which the board overruled my committee on. The last, and these were well publicized, Honorable Chair, well publicized, to the extent that out of exasperation, the chairperson of the ratings committee, Mr. Henry de Vries, resigned, precisely because he felt that his work was undermined if a boxer that was not rated in the top 10, a boxer that was not rated in the top 10 could fight for a title. So those are matters. I'm trying to say, on the other matters I have raised, these are matters that I've raised in the meeting, but these were well publicized through the media, to the extent that some people literally campaigned for me not to come back into the
You
board.
gave us
I'll end
15
there,
minutes.
I'll
You
end
can't
there.
take the whole 15
Okay.
minutes. You've been given 15 minutes.
No. I'm giving the department opportunity. Please submit further details. Was it the minister?
Through you, Chair, because I'm the one who had asked the question, direct question to. I want to give the member comfort to say, I wanted the answer that says, yes, he did. That is evident enough for what he has submitted. Thanks, Chair.
This is going to be a problem on how we would want to conduct these affairs. The committee in the next 10 minutes will not respond to any of our questions. I'm putting it to you. I'm going to plead with you as much as they will be presenting a summary of response. We would demand a well-detailed response. Because if you were to look on all issues that we had raised here, the committee will not be able to respond to them in the next 10 minutes. So I would propose that furthermore, let's get a properly detailed response within the next 24 hours so that we are able to make up those follow-up questions as and when there is a need. But from where I'm sitting, I'm convinced that they are trying very hard to run away from the issue of accountability. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I've given 15 minutes due to time constraints, and for what it's worth, with the serious nature of some of the entities, I actually don't want to say it. We have to revisit the time we are starting, because we are doing injustice towards this program. Let us give the department most of the stuff, and again, Mr. Soda, I invite you to do it in writing for your own good. You know, I served with the late Honorable Compella on this body. I know you from then there in Eastern Cape. So for your good and own good self, submit the report. Minister, is it Minister or?
Mr. Chair, we would submit written responses as has been requested, because I think our issues, they are matters, they can be categorized into 2, Chair, in our view. Matters where you require specific responses in terms of the analysis of expenditure and other items that are linked to what is reflected in the financial report from the AG. Very specific responses, Chair, that also speak to the audit action plan that was referred to by members. The
there is a response that was given by Minister earlier on, Chair, which I think he will also expand on when you give him the opportunity. And I just wanted to reiterate that most of the issues that the members are raising, we would be able, they are assisting, Chair, and we will be able to convert these into the TORs of what Minister was talking about, the revival of the panel, of the legal panel, which already has started, whose priority responsibility given by Minister is to conduct forensic audit, not only on this one, Chair. There are other areas also that have been identified. Maybe let me then not go into other specifics, Chair, because there are areas that need our response as a department. For instance, there was a question on infrastructure funding. You know, I think we need to clarify that one as raised by the members. But we will, I think, given the fact that I need to give the last few minutes to Minister, we will be able to provide those responses. We have taken note. Thanks, Chair.
May I proceed, Minister?
Right. No, thank you very much. I just want to first say to the people involved in boxing, what are you selling? What's your product? Your product is boxes. That's your product. Now, you know, you get a lot of mayors, because I'm also an ex-mayor. He tells you I've got a clean audit, but the people don't have clean drinking water. But he brags about the clean audit. The town is dirty, but they brag about a clean audit. Once you don't pay boxes the right amount of money, you failed. You can tell me a million things, but boxers can't get 4,000 rand to risk their lives. It's worse than miners that go underneath and get 5,000. Because boxing, you get hit in the head for 4,000 rand. We can't allow that. That's my first part. The second part is, I take this portfolio committee very serious. And I learn a lot from the well of information here. And the question that you ask is so pertinent, but I want to assure you, in 21 days, I will come back with an action report, not of what I'm going to do, but of what I have done between now and that 21 days. The report that you'll get will be a report that speaks to consequence management. It will be a report that speaks to people being arrested. It will be a report that speaks to what is the future of boxing in this country. I am not going to take the fall for corrupt people, me. That one I'm never going to do. Or incompetent people. You can't have a phone bill for 600,000 rand. You can't have those. Those are funny things. So thank you very much. I want to thank you once again for the manner in which you've approached this. And in 21 days, if I come here with stories, then I must be the one that should be fired. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. I can see members are excited. Thank you so much to the department. Thank you so much to Boxing South Africa. And this is how serious we are taking our work. The main responsibility is oversight, and we want results. I just said earlier to the committee, we cannot come to meetings of this nature and every time the same old story, the same things. But we would like to operate as a portfolio committee to say that we have nothing to say, nothing to do. Let's go congratulate this entity because it's happening. But I share a story of the glass. Belongs to someone called Dylan Norkia. Goes through a house. He's also a former coach. He's running his academy, the coach. Through the house at the back. There's so much issues. And it seems that it's in every single sport with coaches, promoters. If you read that report, you know, there's one good thing that happened in the world. That's Google. And you will note that I'm Googling. You see names. I Googled the names, then I see this. You must go back to CEO, you must go. There's people that has belonged to this entity of Boxing South Africa. They have 3 academies. Where's the finance going from this boxing to those 3 academies? That's why we say forensic. Forensic. There is people running the monopoly in gatherings. There's recently now you will have something, I think, in Gauteng. What is happening? Something is happening in Gauteng, and then it's Eastern Cape. You know, we go and we see for ourselves, and then we come back and say, hey, we can't do it this way. We can't. And as a collective, doesn't matter. You don't see any color here. Any color. I don't see red here. I don't see blue. I don't see greens and yellows. I don't see that. It is us for the people of South Africa. And once we're going to do that, we will have a lot of things solved in South Africa. Joblessness, happy index, my favorite, happy index. We are 83, 84 in the world. You know, boxing is a very, very good sport. People like boxing. But we took the joy of sport out once we touch the poorest of the poor, their monies. So I want to say again, Minister, we're very, very much impressed for coming to these meetings, because there's a tendency of departments not coming. And also, DG, I don't know, you're flying all the time, in and out. What is happening? It's very difficult. I came late. I couldn't.
You said we must not sleep. I heard you clearly. You said you are spending money in the hotels. Don't do that. So in and out.
I rushed to Titsabotla, my constituency. A lot of issues there. The minister will also know about it. I left. I came last night, 11:30, 12 o'clock. It's this meeting. We're going to Parliament now. Tomorrow morning I must fly. I also have a responsibility on a by-election. I must fly back. I must be in an in-person meeting Thursday. It's the life that we choose. But one day, we should not allow where our children and great-grandchildren would say, Daddy, what did you do? And this is the most exciting part of being part of this new journey of South Africa, this new journey that the people of South Africa has voted for. It's a very interesting journey for me, and I must say, honorable members, really, your inputs, your passion towards this, it's much appreciated. The professional staff, much appreciated. Boxing South Africa, keep up. The department, keep up. Minister, thank you so much. I will now adjourn. Okay.
Minister, there's a tendency of what they call integrated reports. I wish with the reports we could be provided the impact. When the department says it has funded a particular project, I want to know who were the beneficiaries of that and what impact on the ground has the funding made. Because it's not just to fund for organizations to exist, but to fund for the change that we want to see on the ground. So I would like to see those reports coming with names and telephone numbers of those people so that we can call randomly to check if those young people were really funded and they've seen change in their lives. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. That is a brilliant idea, which we must follow through. Thank you so much. After Boxing South Africa has just left us, I need 2 minutes just to brief the committee on the basketball issue, which I spoke about. It is a crisis, which.
Thank you so much. I now adjourn. Boxing South Africa, you're welcome to leave downstairs. If someone can just accommodate them, there's some refreshments, and I promise you there is enough fruit. and veggies. Okay, we are in committee. Advocate Sally,